Welcome back, comrades, to the Old Bailey. Why is it doing this to me? I thought I set this to... It's in full screen for me. It's not supposed to be full screen on this machine because I have it last. There we go. This is where we had it. Alright. So everything should work just alright. Ah, yes. When last we left off, Inspector Grayson was going to testify. One moment. Getting the word out again. Okay. Right, there was one other. Okay. Is this okay? Sorry. Okay. I believe that is it. Yes. Okay. Alright, let's get started here. Now, out. Alright, let's voice this guy again. As I said, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. It's unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the place. There's been a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. Just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke arrested. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Yes, we see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident occurred. Large knife case in the rest. It's bad. You'll nip on these arrest spinelessly. Too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, I... Forgive me, Lord Vinces, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what it all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, fast my legs were carrying me back to my accursed lodgings. Green overcoat? That's exactly what the word that print was wearing. Oh my, a photograph print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. The state's cross-examination proved to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alright, here we go. Let's have a look at our evidence again. Street map of the local area showing where the victim was found. Receipts discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some books that he had purchased from the second-hand bookshop before the incident. Okay. Still a book, Meals for Gabrielle, Canterbury Units. Okay. Okay. Paid for the Briar Road. Remains unconscious. Sense of intrusive observed. Okay. This was found lodged in the victim's bag. Okay. Okay, I can't examine those or... Okay. Okay. Back. Unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else about the victim being used. Okay. How did the clue the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement? This does not add up with what we have heard. I'm feeling like we should press this, but I'm going to go through this one more time. The step ride subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. That adds up. The number of books you just bought. Lay on for a bookshop. Just a matter of working out who the books belong to, and we found the clout to arrest him. Okay, I'm gonna press this, and I'm gonna press the final statement as well.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony! The prosecution will of course go them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute! At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, middle of winter, it would have been dark already! No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlight. Ah! The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Word. It was wonderful. For the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. We really need to hear those witness statements. Just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
You asked for the help of the famous detective Herlock Sholmes to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry? That jack in office, that busybody, comes and sticks his arm in whether we ask him or not. Hey, Fire. Welcome back. No, you haven't missed too much. We just went through the statements of Inspector Gregson here, and we got this crime scene photograph taken into evidence. Yeah, that's about it. Jack in office, that busybody just comes and sticks his arm in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. Ah! I tell them time and again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your blooming instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rance magazine next month. You can bet your last father that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Ah! It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight on it. Anyway, point is this. The little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He's admitted those books all over the paper that seemed were the ones he bought that day. Said last time, give Zeeks in a Mickey Mouse voice. Oh boy. Oh, that'll be fun. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Instead, okay, here's the testimony, so you have it fired. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. It was unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. There's been a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way out from a bookshop, it seems. Just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light from London. See the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. What's the note? expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
Oh, quaint.
Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Susanoo-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. Fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
I'm just pressing everything at this point. From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print.
Yes, quite so. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this bullet, this green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less.
Right, so, my lord, yes. She's being treated in box. It was helpful that she come round before the trial started so I could take the statement, but it wasn't to be.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings? They can find us all there in the photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, the 3 books on the floor.
That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back?
That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. Shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
I'd like through a stacked floor to see them with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. There's a second-hand bookshop for the accused's lodgings in this place here, Curb Books. Good place on the corner of Bry Road near Shop Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Bry Road, at the opposite end. Means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken out. Something like this. The local map's information has been updated in the court record. I think we found something important here. Yes, I concur with your conclusion. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree. The most important point the inspector just made being... Okay, this is... Okay, past the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Okay, what is important here? It's probably not the name. Wait! Wait. Bourbon books. This was not the place where he got the books. This was not the place where he got the books. Observe. Does this look like bourbon to you? Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes! That could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. Please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? As long as I have books, second-hand book copy of patronizes. No, he was not.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. You found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But, in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Who's to say he didn't go to both places, though? Maybe. Oh, that's right. I should have this window down here so that I can see any of them.
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased its musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
The books say vampires can breathe. Yes, hello, Aram. I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. The local maps information has been updated to the report. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now... Oh.
My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus! Ugh, put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you!
I didn't think Don needed to spell it out, but here we go. The accused is coming on from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. So no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Passed the place where the victim was stabbed. What if he went this way? Could have very easily gone this way.
Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty combs, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Ah!
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say, huh? I've had enough of this now! Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruto! We mustn't give up! What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on the way home on his way from Your Books. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from Your Books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. There we go. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round.
Not by much.
On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well,
The answer is extremely simple. It wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
bold of you to assume that that Soseki has such an in-depth understanding of the layout of Britain's streets. Just saying.
Objection!
But, yes, I've got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection.
That's right. As I said, Logue seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. This doesn't remember where he was or which route he took off. I don't believe this! Wait.
I thank you, my learned friend.
Uh, if he wanders aimlessly from A to B, that just proves what I am thinking, that he has no idea where he is going. Yes, exactly. Aimlessly, as in there is no there. It's very yes, exactly. Fire, exactly. He may have just not taken the quickest route because he didn't remember it, or he didn't know about it, or he didn't understand it. See, yes, exactly, Aurum. You get it. Yes, that is what I am thinking. And I'm just like, what the hell kind of backwards logic is this court operating on right now?
I'd suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors?
But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it! I agree with... wait, how do you say this one? I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? What? I don't believe it. What does this mean? We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Here we go again. Yeah, basically fire. That's my argument. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo.
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. Yep, exactly, Fire. It's time to do the thing. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of glory, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago?
Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Pullman? Of course we're ready. All too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. See? That's what I'm saying. Why is this guy allowed to be in the jury when he is not impartial? Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial finding. The jurors' contentions. Baby psych, that little Nipponese already admitted himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was stuck behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice job, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth it, is it? Those last two weren't really summations. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in a green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Yes, exactly, Aurum. Things must be as bad as things have to get as bad as they can and still turn around.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible! How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord.
That's what I've been thinking, Aurum, but I'm not sure of the logistics of that in the context of this setting.
I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Reinosuke, you can do it.
Jury information. The defense's rebuttal. Already admitted it himself. Okay. Oh, I can press the statements? I forgot I can press the statements. Okay, so... Guy admitted it. He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, so I can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter. The poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Wait. Is this a contradiction with the main statement? With Jones' statement? Not necessarily, I don't think. This is actually an ancestor of Max Galactica, who actually could fly. The real criminal. Maybe. I don't recognize the name Max Galactica, unfortunately. I'm gonna press this.
Hold it!
Because that's not a reason. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so's my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Well, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the road stuck up and fix it. It's a hard slog, dawn till dusk it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident? So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly... Oh, I remember who you're talking about now. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the really old cases way back. I don't, yeah, I remember which case you're talking about now. Turnabout Big Top? It was called No, that was a different one. Was it? Were there 2 circus cases? Is this the crime you admitted to? No, I don't think this is the one you admitted to, Aurum. I think that one was the one with the omnibus. This is.
In fact, if I remember rightly, it's just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop, Buzz.
What? Another coincidence?
That's right, Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum Street?
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then.
On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street.
On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk.
Wait. If you were digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk... Oh, right, there was probably a lot of people who didn't notice as much. Okay. This is also not relevant. I'm gonna press it.
Sorry, fold it, you say? Fold what?
No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon. It was just before 5 that I left.
Wait a minute. He's wearing green.
That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm about to forget that day in a hurry. Not the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road. I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Cornpike, you see. Heading down Calabash Road's the quickest way for me to get back to your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Also, yeah, Aurum, I think you've picked up on one of the contradictions, and we're just and I just picked up the other one for now. Let's turn this case around. That you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry, extremely sick. No, I'm quite all right now.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly! Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back! Pit them all against each other! If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, pit against...
I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road and knocked myself clean out, you know.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
Flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2,
Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. The man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed up.
Objection!
Nope. Can we really be sure of that, madam? Look, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry? You need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my!
You idiot, old man! If you hadn't been so daft to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago!
Really? What were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest style in a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you!
And I would too!
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well...
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it'll prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Menzies looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Constable. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Old green man to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, God. This'll be fun. Okay.
Why it could have been that old man in the green that the defendant saw. I have to call not guilty. It's only right. I'm sorry about my overcoat sending a cat among the pigeons. I'm leaning to not guilty to make up for it. I am leaning not guilty to make up for it.
It's been a while since I've seen any Schwarzenegger movies. I'll do my best though. Let's see. What's the rules? Behind. Hit this against the comrade.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another.
Counsel, explain yourself.
Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir. What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. Yep, this road's out of commission. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yeah, of course. What do you think, sir? Well,
yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
so the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose I must be right, huh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Hang on, just getting caught up here. What about you, sir?
Who, me? Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Well, summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Is he gonna yeet it again? He's gonna yeet it again. Or is he gonna crunch it? Oh, he's gonna crunch it.
But it seemed churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection. Only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks? This is the part where he throws off his cape.
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of pavement which you had estimated?
That's right. Took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it.
Now, my Lord Timpany's friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance 2 yards represents?
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all.
In other words, distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor.
Yeah, but why would they bother? And I mean... You're kidding, right? I'm the clown here? We just heard from juror number 6, Schwarzengerman, that the roads were slippery as all get out at that time. If you tried vaulting the 2 yards when the roads were covered in ice, you'd be asking to break half the bones in your body. I know, right, Oro? What is this guy's deal? How is this guy even here? How is he still here?
Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Huh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong.
What?
Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your works?
What if Lady Person stabbed herself by slipping? I'd consider that if she had been stabbed in the front, but the back is a little harder.
Yeah, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. We just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Ah! Is that true? Is it?
The uncontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Crushed in a single sentence.
And, old man,
Goldman! Goldman, you can talk?
you say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say as I remember.
You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw? But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah! Order! Order! Unvengeance, explain yourself.
My lord,
You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they've been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about?
My lord! Prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who fancies brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Oh, this is interesting.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Constable Rowley Beat, sir! Nothing to report on the streets, sir!
And I'm Mrs. B. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Most being an honorable occupation, patrol the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I heard that before, actually. From Gregson.
Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers stretch some 20 miles a day. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and light and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago.
It goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, the constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. And London Bobby is a man of honor.
And a man of slumber.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. B?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constable Rowley Beat, sir! Nothing to report on the streets, sir! What a great witness he's gonna be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. Was on the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident?
Yes, sir! What witnesses saw?
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off.
Why would they do that?
We went straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man at the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events to establish in this faking examination would quash.
The books were moved.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
Unfortunate protection. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be open at next. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of a man fleeing the scene. They're testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sasuke Minatsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. They appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. I'm gonna do some pressing here, and at some point, one of them, probably this guy, is gonna perk up at something. That makes sense. Scattered something. What?
Hold it!
Why would Natsume scatter his own books after stabbing somebody? Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. Then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Pull the scarf, waking up. What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see.
Oh. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, clearly pictured in this photographic print.
A rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man with the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the pop mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Putting words in their mouth. Yeah. To dismantle Van Seat's on logical fallacies alone. Yeah, that tends to be the way it is with these prosecutors. I mean, in my experience, Edward has been pretty good with that. He has other problems like updating the autopsy report in the middle of the trial. But he came around eventually. Whereas it's looking, by all accounts, like Van Seeks is killing me. So any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, you looked down at that poor defenseless man with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his book on the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes! Speak up, of course, then I felt a nearby police box.
Okay.
It's definitely that Japanese man without rolling I was on the stairs.
Hold it!
Surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street, would you?
We absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know!
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough! My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog?
Free wish for the course of it. That's tremendous for those of us who have to live, of course.
Oh, it is, it is! It's think you can't even see the hand of at the end of your own arm!
Yeah, yes, alright, I take your point. Now could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
What?
Yes, it was the accused and no mistake. Mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub. It's unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sosuke-san they saw running away from. So that's it. That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it. On hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. What they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. Well, if that's true, where's the leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? If Kazuma-san were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else in the testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Hold it!
Oh, let's start pressing again. No time to change after work. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. B?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It sits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
What? I just finished my beat.
Matt and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Hardly a hair club. You're going for a meal after you finish your meat for today, correct?
That's right, sir, yes, although I was a bit rough, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that?
I want cards, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. As the noble family principles enforced as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I can cover 20 miles every single day without fail, without a grumble. I'm just loading in my boots as all Londoners need to hear, feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with her not being married to a bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
I put a little to the top, perhaps.
Then, kindly describe what happened next.
Let's go down to 5 on paper.
Hold it!
Silhouette?
That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, it's certain. It was dark. There are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
That's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. The Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other street.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. B. Are you quite sure of what you just said?
Yes, sir. As a couple who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I must well, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim of the attack. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It seems like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. We have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before we started. What happened in the crucial moments following?
Okay.
Hold it!
That's the last one to press. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Friggin' face off with the cord. Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. B. Observing the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I said Patricia, Miss B. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to write a police box for the convenience of the fellow, so she could or
I ran there as quickly as I could to ask for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
Thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Like, you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
I wouldn't be surprised if you ended up decapitating him at some stage with the scarf. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think they do that in Ace Attorney game, but that would... that... I do worry about the integrity of this guy's trachea.
Seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out!
What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I can tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. You dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
Go on, tell us the names of the books.
Oh, Miss Beat.
No! Mrs. Beat, no!
No, it won't do it all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down.
Please. There's a line. Please put your husband's fists down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you?
Yeah, here we go.
Well, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I can even tell you the names of the 4 books he...
4?
Yeah, we already have a problem. We already have a problem.
Objection!
So, you're saying there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamy something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
No, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me.
Sorry?
It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. How would she even know the books themselves if she was across the street and there was fog? She's bragging about her Londoner eyesight. And they've been saying that the fog was thinner that day, so they could actually see across the street for once. I don't know. At least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described. Never reset, you know the number. Yep.
Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume?
Yes. Evidence.
Counsel, you'll present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. Proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books?
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your book?
Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
No!
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! No!
Objection!
Objection! It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention away from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
He's right through me.
But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with the toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony, in every respect.
Oh!
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about
about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right. Only 3 to be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say there's a 4th one behind it? Yeah.
Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand.
The Lion's That's not hers. That's Moonman's. What's his face? John something or other. Yes, exactly. This is the book that the retired military guy, he said that this was his favorite book and that he lost it in the fire that started when his wife went on a rampage. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book.
As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
No!
Order! Order!
There, you see, look at that. Look.
Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study a receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. B, the title once again, if you please.
Oh, yeah, of course, the picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, Yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Gaboriau, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. B's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, flawless, Patricia is flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. B mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is not what is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, Constable. Does that not seem odd? Why shouldn't the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book.
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
You will submit that in the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel.
My pleasure, my lord.
Second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. The 4th book has been entered into the court record. Why is it not burned in this picture? Oh, right, because the burned corner is in the back, I think.
Prosecution rests.
Before we go any further, we are not letting... We're not letting the burnt section go unnoticed. Let me see, it's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before, and very recently, too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what we want to see. Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt! You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? There we go. Need that. Okay. That is what we wanted to see. Okay. You sure about that, buddy? Seems an oddly specific denial. Thought we already established that you had lit the fire earlier. So that must have been you who damaged the book. Maybe you just didn't notice.
Prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my weird friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness' powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pet. Marry me, Pet.
So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You've heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now?
Why would she be carrying the book around if it were?
Objection!
Nope. Right, all here. I'm not done yet!
Oh, my weird friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a creditable defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Ugh! I can't think of what to say!
If I may, Lord Van Zee, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh! Yeah, that's it. Just borrow. Minimum. Maybe send him to a certain Irish residence. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo,
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam.
Vampires are weak to fire, aren't they? Go ahead, Mrs. Sato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Oh, hey! Thanks for the cheer, Dorito. I believe that's my first ever. You know they're weak to the sun, which unfortunately does not exist here. It doesn't seem to exist in Britain either, so... I guess that explains a lot.
And yes, thank you again for the cheer. Very nice, very nice. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I already found the burn. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. Defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Right, what's the...
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We've already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to
But
it.
it was burnt, you idiot.
Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Ah!
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means, you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which the fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
Back? Are you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? That was my question. It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Japanese friend?
Oh,
Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
that it belongs to a different guy. A charred book. There's just one possibility here which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this storied home has suffered?
Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to, where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
Well, juror number 4.
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise, but do remember the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
I think one of them in particular has done enough burning already.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome. Tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
This guy!
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owned the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrison. The landlords? Whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today... Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, see, this should not have been allowed to happen in the first place. Is none other than Mrs. Garrett herself. Oh my goodness, me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrett's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. All right then. How about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrett's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house.
Good Lord, what sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Hate to say it was. Happened at the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. Called the Lion's Bride.
Jojo pose.
The Lion's Bride.
By Jove, for the very same title, this is subject of this debate.
Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is possible. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Wasn't the window broken? Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrett was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames.
Oh, I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. And you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Somehow I doubt that, but okay.
And all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up and then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the...
Objection!
No, No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There is no report of the Garrett's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrett household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and chilling weather that accompanies it.
let us not forget that there was a fire?
No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Fire. Ah!
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? You earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrett's wife.
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. That's quite enough! Well, I hope that everyone can see what you are now, you little foreign trickster! Obviously the fire was keeping them warm, but they didn't want to lose their heat. Oh boy. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward! Really? Claiming that other you've set the whole neighborhood alight? You just confessed that you're the wife. And I never claimed that either. The whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Like that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should be furious, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right! Here we go. How long have we sat in now, this nippity spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Cheeks?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
How is this remotely allowed? What, no, forgive the discourtesy this time? I was thinking that too, buddy.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Here we go again.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Do I have to do it again? Or do I only get the one chance?
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation exam. What? The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their mind. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise his right to a summation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody, unlike you.
I intend to uncover the truth.
I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Yeah, basically fire. I suppose that makes sense. Alright. Save for progress, yes. That's why all the evidence comes before the first verdict. Yep.
I've considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely to the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
This one's probably not going to be as easy. Or maybe it is. Find out. The juror's contention. Accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? There's 3 books of his. There was some novel or alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed that I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? It was a book. Oddly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had the fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course.
My alert student friend was unable to find fault with the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover,
how many times has he done that in this trial alone?
no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it seems as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman? How? Those 2 details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
There I was thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel?
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. If you'll excuse me for one moment.
As an immigrant to this country, I would like to say of Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass, the United States Capitol. But the mob did not just shatter the windows of the Capitol, they shattered the ideals we took for granted. They did not just break down the doors of the building that housed American democracy, they trampled the very principles on which our country was founded. Now, I grew up in the ruins of a country that suffered the loss of its democracy. I was born in 1947, 2 years after the Second World War. Growing up, I was surrounded by broken men drinking away their guilt over their participation in the most evil regime in history. Not all of them were rabid anti-Semites or Nazis. Many just went along, step by step, down the road. They were the people next door. Now, I've never
Sorry, I was listening to a quick clip of Arnold Schwarzenegger to see if I could get the voice down better. Anyway, the defense's rebuttal. Hughes left behind evidence that those 3 books to his. Novel alternative, okay. It was closed. Okay, 5 and 6 are once again not related, are not a good conclusion. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with me tonight, you'll find me open face down in a tank tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus is asked about how she can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
Was too frightened, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
Wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the team by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up.
It's his words are in conflict with the desired accent here, and that's tripping me up. Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not! It was an angel cake, to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Obviously. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
Okay, yeah. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The future caught it. The furniture caught it. Everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. With smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, bless them, they threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
There it is. Finally, the voice of reason. The windows.
Biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. You open a window to get rid of the smoke. Gray fire. You need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. Wow, Baron. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Such is life in Monster Hunter, though. You need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or he could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between your assertions, just a connection might be great. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit! Yeah, I streamed this on Saturdays now.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press this first to be safe, and then hit him against number 6. What about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London, no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm. You couldn't categorically state the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Fire. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh?
Counsel, kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Oh, he did change the statement a bit.
Winter house fires are dire. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you, see.
Objection!
Here we go. Perfect. These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, Counsel?
Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me!
What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up!
Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Finally, it clicks. To open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb house. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my!
Oh, my hat! Oh, you're drinking an awful lot of tea.
Excuse me!
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb! Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something with the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did?
Then that means the book could have gone through the...
Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window.
Yes, that tea must be good for the nerves. Although, that much caffeine, I can't imagine it going over well.
Which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. You simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrett's formal statement.
Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility.
Hold it!
Let's press this new one. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. The title of the book is The Lion's Bride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett had told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or do you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Bride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man, I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know.
I really don't. Oh, is number 5 gonna perk up?
Oh boy!
Called it!
Barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
So you remember, do ya?
Excuse me!
Care to tell us? Care to share with us? What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out.
Ah,
I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Caradamore, the maid, I'll have you know.
the man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago. Now, I just got back home after work. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day. I nearly died. There was a hole. My last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
I haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
My wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages now. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
Okay, so who was it saying something about the knife possibly being thrown? Yeah. Yeah, I think I think the truth has come at last. The wall again. Capitalism. I know, right? This is where capitalism gets you. This is where capitalism gets you, comrades. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the day. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, ain't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's somewhat civilized, says the one who just throws people. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
Honestly, kitchen knife over.
Who? That one.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief! You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below.
Yeah? What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? Do you insinuate it now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala! As the foreman of this jury, I demand straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. It's a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was... the knife.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What? Well, no! I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged at the victim's back.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that? The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? I'm saying it fell out of the window next to her. She found it. She saw it. She probably stooped over to pick it up, and then that's when the knife landed in her back.
Even my missus hasn't got a name like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. That's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh, why?
Ah! Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, ah!
My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman if I would, after all.
Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it'd be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. 2 dead. Well done. Yep. Wow, I'm actually very surprised. I thought Bruce here was gonna stick to guilty forever just to spite me. Oh. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. How does this even work? We did it! Again?
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. This trial will continue.
But you see, Fire, perjury is a criminal offense. At least it is in any self-respecting court of law, which, I mean, considering the track record of this one so far, yeah, I can't argue your point.
Now then, Lord Van Cheeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Oh, is he going to strip again? Does he? Oh no.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
It's respected, just not by itself. Fair point. Don't think perjury would be a huge concern at this stage. Maybe not. I don't know.
Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. What follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Cheeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. Let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett house to the scene is some, 15 yards.
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards. It landed on the opposite side of this road, neatly between the last victim's fingers and thumb.
Again, book was thrown before the knife was thrown. Did she not just say that the book was the first thing that she threw? Honestly, it would not be hard to impale someone with a knife thrown from that far away, though. Yeah. No, it fell on the... Also, yeah, it was 2 floors up.
What?
You have the events in the wrong order. You...
Landed on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the last victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? Did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
There's nothing I can say to that. Yes, there is. The book was the first thing thrown. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he! Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy. What the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its lead. And that's why the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garanem, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Sakes alive! The cross-examination of a juror? Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned for witness.
Objection!
Again, how did she end up in the jury for this case in the first place? This is exactly why you do not put these people in the jury. Ah! God. just no. No. My eyes are watering up at this point. No. God.
And unnecessary.
Lord Vanchich!
Yes, I think I may be about to deceased fire. I've played various Ace Attorney games before, including the ones where you cross-examine a parrot and an orca. Neither of those, each of those was at least somewhat plausible, but this, I gotta draw the line here. This is ridiculous.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. My learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you. But no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me smile.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh,
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
So he finally woke up? Or not quite? Well, at least he's half awake. Constable Beats report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements.
I have no idea what that means.
obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the seat to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Oh, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
I'm sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room. Alright, I'll try. Oh, this again, yeah. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Oh, it's one of those. Okay.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is stay, a metal bar prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents its opening? This is all news to me. The book does seem to be kind of an encyclopedia of everything in England, anyway.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book and knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem, then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
Can't be! Did you see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong! How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Then make a new one, buddy.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
No B emotes. Rip. Yep. My lord. Oh, good, another desperate situation.
Nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, London Bobby's good for you. See, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-inch casements.
If anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Help! Trust Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Did you fall asleep? Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it.
I can swear to that on the odds on us, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. The question remains, how did it make its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the crime the entire time? Aha! A different copy, sir. Well, it just happened to be burnt as well. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. She had only just picked it up. Well, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right. The mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had the right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garrett without consulting you, even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garrett if we're ever going to get the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that would go, Mr. Garrett's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right! And then there was Mrs. Garrett's reaction to me showing her tonight. The woman's hiding something. I'm sure of it. You're right again! We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes! Okay, so they want me to press that.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. The answer is this. The answer. As a noble founding principles of the force, it is right for all those policemen of us on duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? Yeah, he did. Roll the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common. Oh, wow. Spoiling me. Thank you, Dorito. Sorry to hear about your phone. Patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you if Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes against me. Stop!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh,
Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? I see, sir. You should have said it so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? I'm so wasting time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Oh? Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Here we go. Identifies London Bobbies and contains deals which they must be here. I think that warrants a bit closer examination, don't you? Okay. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted community. Yes. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Okay. Oh, okay. 2 different things. Metropolitan. I have number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. I see. Okay. That was under a different beat. Crimes discovered on his beat, police must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay. Assist with initial investigations. Did he do that? Okay. That's it. Alright. I'll be hanging off that. And
Hold it!
that. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. Clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes, directly opposite the human crime on the other side of the rabbit line.
It has been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
What that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with?
Well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on the police beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rowley's Beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
He's falling asleep again. Constable Beat!
Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see.
It was kind of close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go to that field to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
They moved the body. They moved the body.
But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Ordinary people are always tirelessly working for the benefit of all women.
You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way for rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, my love.
That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Solution, everyone is guilty. Yep, basically, at this rate. Okay.
And now it's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
Wow. Thanks again, Dorito. What? I wasn't really, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes.
Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the same one.
That was a very loud roar.
I heard that. This man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might get away with something like that, but my really won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Press the new statement because I can't think of any evidence against it. Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you told me.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw the little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. Ever so crossed.
Yes? You have headache?
Excuse me!
Hang on. Okay. Always ending up at the wrong place when I made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Yeah. Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No, sir. No problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes. My darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason I was so wrong is because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Oh, he's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he just found in the gutter while doing his rounds. And halfpennies.
Farthings and halfpennies. And before they revealed they weren't even on the same street, but they in fact got lost, accidentally ended up in New Zealand. With this couple, anything is possible, isn't it? Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Ah! Ah! Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo.
But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When I ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, and the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminded, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
No, you hadn't. The body.
So I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
The bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. No, it didn't. The body did.
The worst bit is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. The beautiful rose Rolly bought me, that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
My bouquet. Do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh! Yes, that's it! It's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with all bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Oh, Sword Fancy, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it's found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household.
In front of the Garrett's house?
Well, it wasn't noticed until the morning, so lay where the street lamps cast no light. It's believed to have no relevance in the case, since it's found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record. Present for Patricia Beat from her husband, Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. Beat.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange for pulling up front, sir.
Let's examine that rose. Murder evidence is never let go. Goodbye, Rose. Well, to be fair, as they keep repeating, the victim's not dead. Very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. I See. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. This is a rose, is it? I've never seen it before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh. Peach? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. Okay, so yeah, salt snack. There's always something to examine in these things, and yet I can't find anything else. Whatever. Let's see. Nothing changed. Any of them going out the window, you can see it. Oh. I'm gonna do one thing here first. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The 4th book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Miss Scarab was hiding something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Wrong button.
Objection!
Okay, I hope this works. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you regarded the scene. Then how did the rose get separated from the body? But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer...
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was stacked. But considering the size of that meteor bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Ouch!
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? Not testify. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadev's book. Mr. Garadev's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadev's house. There's no logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
He has.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Whether or not about books and monkeys, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh, good. Mrs. Garadev's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadev. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruto. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
She was unconscious the entire time, and everyone just left her there. Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Well, the obvious answer is... where's that weird guy in the hat? I'm kidding. It's this weird guy in the hat. I so want to accuse him just because he's obviously guilty of whatever is going on. But let's not do that. Let's
Take that!
It was obviously Rolly. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Rolly beat. It was you.
What? Policeman! Never stop hard!
Nonsense. Why would they really do something like that? He wanted a break.
There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. Yeah, basically. The 15 minutes you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
Making it up. It's all nonsense. So lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
He's too... If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh,
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah!
Objection!
first you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and then you incriminate a policeman as well? But your accusations lack one very important thing.
If he says evidence, I am going to take his chalice and I am going to throw it for him.
You claim the crime scene was tampered with. There's only one reason anyone would commit such reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all.
No. Mrs. Beat, you already told us the motive.
So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Well, at least you didn't ask for evidence. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Welcome back, Arm. Castle, you have made a very serious accusation against a police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this hobby had to cover up at all costs.
What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road! We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
That's your assertion, and the court's dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Over here, duh. There's the prison.
Take that!
On the opposite side of the road? I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrido's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Oh, gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, we're proposing that Constable Beat moved the body. Freaking cops, man. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the footnote. He moved everything back to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume?
Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of the Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? Here comes the breakdown. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? You know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Oh, here we go.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Holy!
Thank you for credits, comrade. Again.
Order! 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 What on earth was the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this?
Why is she still smiling?
Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
Yet, for advance seeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. It would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan. Makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Point is, found just outside Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road.
Take that!
It's this piece of evidence. That doesn't seem right. This piece of evidence here, you see?
Objection!
What I would like to know, my learned friend, is the motive for your unthinkable act. By which I mean an abysmal response.
Maybe I was too unthinking.
It makes no difference where you come from, Mr. Naruhodo. Many emotions in the state.
That's yes.
And I think you have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind Constable Beat's actions, don't you?
You seem to have a good idea of my own thoughts and feelings. Perhaps too good an idea.
Well, I heard you muttering to yourself, you see.
I think you better show us some evidence.
Once, my lord. Yeah, we've seen this. Really good idea of the feelings. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Gonna examine this. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Okay, this is what I present to make that same point.
Take that!
There we go.
realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that though honorable, controlling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping them east, looking after the citizens on his beat and all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It's our very first wedding anniversary!
He did not want to have to deal with this on his very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. And he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them.
Oh, sorry, that's Ryunosuke speaking. Oh, thank you for the final cheer, Dorito. Everybody, I'm not sure. I hope this works. It did not. I was trying to do a shout out to your Twitch channel there, Dorito, as thanks for all the cheers. But I don't know what the command is, so I need to figure that out. But yeah, I was trying to get the bot to do a shout out to Dorito in the chat, but I don't think I have the right command, or maybe I just don't have the right bot. Either way, yeah, go follow Dorito. Dorito streams things that I don't. Probably more popular stuff than what I stream. So, yes, that is correct. Dorito is another big name in the Discord. Yeah, I have the bot set to mention to drop the Discord link every few minutes automatically on. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapsed on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card the Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with initial investigations and help victims.
Ha!
There's the link right there. Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Yeah, that's what I tried to tell you earlier.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Wait, Constable! You realize the gravity of what you have done!
Dump the work off on someone else.
This was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When the crime is discovered on his beat, policemen must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight? Of all night? Why? Help us job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box to fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then...
So he's moved the crime scene, but what would that change unless they both stabbed lady person? That puts the crime scene underneath the Garadeb's window, which means that which means that the knife still totally could have come from Mrs. Garadeb throwing it out the window and it falling out and landing in the woman's back. That's what that changes. It also explains how the book got into the victim's hand. It would have fallen right next to her, or maybe on her, I don't know, probably next to her. And she picked it up out of curiosity, and then that's when the knife landed in her back. That's what that changes.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly! Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
See, I thought I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh, Rolly, that was our fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
4. It was, yes, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume. The 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs at the Garadeb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? And all the others were scattered haphazardly around it.
Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, the victim was holding?
Oh yes, no doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Well, that was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Beat first ran over to see what had happened. Okay.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord,
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks?
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will be Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault.
Wow. Wow. They really do love each other, huh? Here I thought that was all just like typical surface, like young love crap that doesn't last under pressure, but wow. Wow. You know, I think they are wearing the same scarf. I didn't notice that. That's cute. These two are adorable. It's I have to admit it's not often I actually feel bad for someone who has like seriously screwed up the case, but this time, like, wow. This guy was really caught between a rock and a hard place, wasn't he? Wow. Now please stop strangling your husband. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing they have to deal with right now.
This was all my fault because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir.
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir!
Wow.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say.
Wow. He had I'm assuming I speak for everyone present when I say that that Van Zeeks had us all fooled. I didn't think he had I didn't think he had a heart. Wow. It's still probably black as his cloak, but it's there, I guess.
Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this.
Still on about that?
Possibly have committed this crime.
No, I disagree. Stolen one from one of the many defendants that have become deceased after he prosecuted them to death.
That's entirely possible, Fire. I can't rule that out. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Cheeks, is this true?
Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Where is she? There she is.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrigan. Me? Help!
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrigan, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? I thought you said he was scrawny. At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrigan. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was made, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrigan. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Is she gonna collapse again? I don't recall it. Oh, here we go, Fire. Time for perjury. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, did he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But the common garden knife could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? To know. Is that joking? Yep, Vampire Man coming through.
What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garrigan?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Well, that's the truth. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, come. Do your worst. Well, Well, Mr. Naruto, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Take the stand, juror.
Ooh.
Prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify?
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joe Garrideb, and I'm a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Jody. Nothing to worry about now. I had a feeling it was him.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about you and me, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garrideb?
Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir.
He was the artillery. So yeah, he was the artillery guy. We knew that.
Seen my fair share of action, now living the quiet life, as it were.
Quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir, at once.
Oh, the slap mark's gone. Good for him, I guess. The Battle of Garrideb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Another slap, probably. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
There were cannons and everything.
Yep.
Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious if this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
And these may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
So this is the last one. That works. 2 minutes left in the time slot. The Battle of Garrett.
Yes, the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a discussion. I can't recall the reason now.
I feel like I don't want to press that one.
Knock the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon ended out there, I got the window open.
Well, I was going to throw at him.
Plenty of knives in the place. Two went missing, I'm afraid. Allie thinking the victim's back really well, but I was on a job proving it, I think.
Hold it!
Let's press that. If this doesn't work, then I'm gonna press that first. Damn it. Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carbon, you see. Like, tackle, you know, sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leather work.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives on the place. We have dozens of other things.
I sell them at the market sometimes, 40 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. One prefers to use 2 knives at meal times too instead of a knife or fork.
Now, Joe, we don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage.
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still.
Go on with your testimony. This is...
Why was she pouring tea into his pipe? How long has she been doing that, actually? He uses 2 knives and no fork. This guy, apparently. Sir!
Hold it!
You know what? Screw the trial. Declare them both guilty now. Yeah, if this was any reasonable court of law. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was stuck into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrett. Rather passionate, in fact. Mrs. Garrett found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. Wait. Susato, Elias, Suseki, Iris, Joe, Okay, there's no James.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a shortage.
Hell on earth!
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these blows to the face?
So that wasn't it. I thought that was gonna be it. That was just such a juicy statement.
Hold it!
I guess we'll press this. The fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
Bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathroom door around that evening, so I sloshed that about and cleared it out. most precarious situation you find yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need it, you see.
Doctors are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water. Up too far. Yes.
Hold it!
That's it.
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most definitely not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? Please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
Honestly, I don't recall. I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. We see some bread, cabbage, garlic, towel, and a sponge.
By Jupiter!
A napkin.
I'm sorry. What was that, my dude?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garrett!
Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch! That woman's aim is uncanny! She landed into my chin with every volley! Ah! Good grief! We're not at home now, and this is a court of law!
Oh, dearie me. I'm so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened? Pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of our soft projectiles, she did. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. The pipe was broken.
Never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up.
You don't want to exaggerate, don't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important because a knife is pretty solid. The defense believes Mr. Garrett's remarks just now to be a great
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence. We should examine it carefully. I was just thinking the same thing, buddy. Examine this. There's a chip in it. There's a little nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to be made relatively recently. See how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? Clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand-in-hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye. Because it's clearly new. Wait a minute. Aha! You remember way back at the start of the trial, I had examined the knife, and the tip was missing? We had thought that the tip was in the body of the victim? I think we just found it. It was not in the body of the victim. It was in the pipe of Garadeb. Seems to be in a starry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason it feels slightly ominous to me. It's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because of the same blue as Mr. Garadeb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of preparing it like this. Either that or he can't afford to replace it. In the body of the... yeah, it was in the body of the pipe. Here we are. This is what we want. Oh! It just wriggled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely, it couldn't be. Fragment of metal has been entered into the court record. Nothing else. Nothing else to note. Okay.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that puzzle, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. Can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed one or two went missing, I'm afraid. That bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'd have a jump proving it, I think. Say it with me, kids. Objection! Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? He used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather weird wearing being asked about every other letter in every other word.
Are glasses a thing? You must D very dizzy.
What's that? What is that? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
This. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you'll see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. You know, for all we know, given the physics of the matter, that chip coming off and landing in the pipe could have saved the woman's life. Think about it. The tip of this thing would have been blunt. Couldn't have gone in as deep. You'll see that if you look closely, you'll see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. Bones.
What of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Nope. It's our metal shard in the pipe. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garradeb's pipe.
What my cheeks?
I don't believe it! The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match!
I'm going! Go! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
Miracle?
So Fanceeks has figured it out, has he?
Explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garradeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of our soft projectiles. She did. Yes, it would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between the two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garradeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garradeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off. Of course.
Good Lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garradeb's pipe.
That's a billion to one!
Yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garradeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Objection!
Wait, what happened to that guy's pants? Is there like a burn hole in the back of his robe? Is that what you were talking about earlier, Aura? Because I just noticed that. It looks like you can see like it almost look it. I hope it's scorch marks on the back of his robe, and like you can see his underwear. Is that what you were talking about? Yeah, I just saw that. Wow. That's a little embarrassing.
A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
Insurmountable.
What?
For God's sakes, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
Well, you see, my lord, this court does not allow such vulgarities as putting my foot up on the counter. But look at where my foot is right now.
What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord.
I was hoping nobody would say that, Fire.
The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back.
Stooped down to pick up the book. Yes, in her... Ah! There's the slap again.
That's right, you silly little man.
And it's gone already.
Oh, Joel, old thing. What are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it planted itself into the victim's back.
Lies.
Ah!
Yeah, I don't know whether those are scorch marks, spilled tea, or something else. But it seems to be pretty all over the road. And there's a hole where the butt is. So, that's a little troubling. That's a little troubling.
Order! Order!
Quite right. You see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well,
Squads, look! He knew it. Never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. It really did happen. The period of defense has made rather a spectacular blunder.
The theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand. Her theory, my learned friend, is history.
we were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency.
Book. Present the book.
Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Mr. Zato.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Well,
Yeah.
a tacit evidence that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Objection!
There it is. That pose. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying?
Counsel?
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency.
That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness!
Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... Can I examine this? Yeah, okay, it's in the victim's hand. I'll try this, and if it doesn't work, I'll present the book itself.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. Oh, okay, it's looking... judging by this dialogue line, I'm guessing that presenting either one of them would have worked. That's good. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The first book?
Is that Mr. Garrett's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so. Part of his wholesale transfer into the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
The question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
Like, Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know the book fell from the top floor of the Garrett household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
Oh, my throat.
Yes, Mrs. Garrett, what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down.
There it is!
Pick the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
When the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Marina, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Oh, I never!
Clear to Mr. Natsume.
That the woman simply collapsed on the floor. Now just waiting to see Victim Lady walks in and says, "Oh yeah, that defendant totally stabbed me in the back." Well, I mean,
given this account, she probably wouldn't know either way because she had been bent down picking up the book at the moment of stabby stabby, right? It could have fallen from the window. It could have been Mr. Natsume. She wouldn't know from that position. The woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark of the fog, she didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
There never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? Here it comes.
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
This sight. Oh. There's the characteristic breakdown. The ones in this game are a bit more subdued than the ones in the last game I played, which was Dual Destinies. I know a lot of people complained that the ones in Dual Destinies were a little over the top, but honestly, I liked that style. So, but maybe they're saving the best for last. They want to build up.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garrett?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yeah, it looked like he was really using that knee to try to support her weight, and that did not work out well for him.
No cause for concern.
There should be notes to themselves. They caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger. The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Shoseki Natsume.
Yes!
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
See, something here doesn't I'm confused about something. I'm very confused about something. Okay, so for the previous case, Van Zieks was still convinced that that McGilded had done it, that he was a very evil man, who he was kind of onto McGilded's whole fabricating the evidence as we went thing, and McGilded ended up dead in the fire, right? This time, though, we have conclusively established that this whole thing was an accident, and that Sosuke Natsume here had nothing to do with it. So the question is, will Van Zieks come after Sosuke or not? Yes, exactly, Fire. Yes. That is the question. Is it just to maintain the reputation of Reaper of the Bailey, or is there some genuine like vigilante motive behind this? Yes. Whether this man lives or dies will be the giveaway. Probably don't tell him that, though. He doesn't look like the sort who could take that kind of pressure. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Sosuke-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. What if the case isn't over? Perhaps there really was a murder and the body was moved and replaced with an unconscious body. Maybe. This does seem like the end of this case, though, but watch as that actually happens. Just make this even more convoluted. It's Ace Attorney. That's what they do, right? And for that, I am truly sorry.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We would be fooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. Thanks to Lord Van Zieks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do that the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me. That's for sure.
Sitting in for the old maid while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision will be.
How? Okay. Okay. After we conclusively established that the Garrett family was in fact responsible for the injury here, how is he allowed to be here? This whole court remains a farce.
Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I see. I'll have a quarter of a story to tell the grandchildren when I'll have a quarter of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
He threatened to bring her back. Maybe.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Love to see it.
Very well, Mr. Shosuke Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty. And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes, Lord, sir.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
February 317. Old Ely Defense Chamber. Oh, Locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another Locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my full name? Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful joy! Jubilant jubilation! Any hearty happiness! Hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Be so hard just to say that, then. Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal, Locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, Locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? There you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh!
trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. I wish you the very best of luck. Oh my god! It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain! It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes? The man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the room, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face. The light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes! You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal! I'm going to give you a piece of my mind! My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have faced you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Sosuke-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper! Lord Vainfleeks, I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will all be alright, Mr. Natsume. Oh, what?
It will all be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Yeah!
And she demonstrated on Rinosuke again.
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mr. Sato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
It's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, I wish to withdraw halfway around the world, to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. I was thinking that. This guy is me. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling thaws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Sosuke-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you can take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Oh boy. But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit.
Is he referring to the cat this time? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it if that's alright. It's the cat. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Oh, I think you just made Susato's whole life there, Murloc. Well, the vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I like that. You sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke to the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor! I didn't take lodgings in the great detective's office, Mrs. Haddock. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Nathan. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful! Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you two. It's a shame that we're going to have to stay goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong to you. But, Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Ah. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Malperdo? Yes, Mr. Jones. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Stosuke-san's innocence successfully established, I rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. February 4th, attic room. So this
is to be our new office, yes.
Our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh, you couldn't recognize him without the hat. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll leave as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad.
Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventure us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and wealth. But the brightest of lights past the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Malahodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murder that lay behind it. The end. Achievement unlocked, landed in London. Yes, I would like to save the current progress. Save it here. Yes. Okay. Alright. So I'll be wrapping it up here now because we're actually half an hour over time. But next week we will be starting with The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, which I believe is the final episode in this half of the Chronicles. I think there are 5 other episodes after this that are kind of part of the same storyline, but it's like kind of a part 2 to the game, you know? Yep. Return to the title screen, yes. Yes. This version's called Chronicles because it's actually it's effectively 2 games in one. And yes, Dawn, it's looking like we're gonna have to take down some kind of crime syndicate. I still think Strongheart is at the head of it. But we'll see. Or maybe but is Van Zeeks part of it, or is he trying to fight against it? I do not know. Many questions yet to be answered. I imagine that's why Herlock is so excited to have Ryunosuke here and Susato, as we might just be able to figure it all out. Anyway, I'm gonna be going to get some dinner now. I got a lot of work to do this weekend, I think. I'm gonna try to get it done, but a few things I don't know how to do. That's another subject for another. Anyway, thank you for watching, everyone, and be sure to join the Discord. Perfect timing there, bot. And be sure to follow if you haven't. And see you Tuesday with. It's probably not going to be 74 10 years after, but I'll work something out regardless. Again, thank you for watching, and till next time, comrades.